Hmm. I don't see the stream up just yet on my channel, which is weird. YouTube, you know? Okay, nice. Okay, so alright, chat. This has been a long time coming, and nope, Erica beat you to the chat. Hey, let's go. Nope, Erica's first. I can see because she's the first to set the chat. So yes, we're gonna have English subtitles. Confirm. No, I have not played the Stanley Parable before. Till the computer is barely visible. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. Please enter the current time. Damn, chat's about to know what time zone I'm in. Oh no. I'm about to get got. So it's like 18. I'll wait for it to like roll over until I confirm. Yeah, I should have dropped. Really? Alright. Interesting, to say the least. Let's wait until it rolls over to 18. There we go. Okay. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you, everyone, Caleb, CT, Erica, for being here so early. So, let's play the Stanley Parable for the first time. I got the Ultra Deluxe, Deluxe? Ultra Deluxe Edition. Can't talk even. Yeah, typing first took too much time. Yeah. And what's up? I'm doing alright. Okay, it's loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Hold on. Settings. Let me just go to the audio just a little bit and just like load on the volume just a tad so it's not too loud, you know? Is it like 50 on everything?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alright, 90. Hey! Hey, hold on. These are all together now? Okay, that's good. But I think that's all that I need to just the okay.
Stanley worked for a company. He was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something
He forgot
that
the
would
secret
forever
sauce?
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Nah, I'm gonna stay in the office. Ooh, coffee mug, pencil, keyboard, phone. Okay, sorry. Let me chill.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, my office door closed. Let me back in, please. Nah. Got locked out.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ooh. Tip. Hold on. I need to look up my credit insurance. Hold on. Alrighty then. I'm guessing that's the... That's kind of ominous, actually. Let me in the doors. Let me in. Yes. Credit card insurance. Yeah, totally. Tap. Anybody in there? Hello? I have your egg fried rice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think I'll take the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, totally. Damn, all the doors are locked. Like, how am I supposed to come in a break-in entering when there's nobody here? Like, why is everything locked?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Have a cup of coffee? No? Okay, cool. Yes.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yes!
Worth it.
You have no art appreciation, alright? I'm appreciating art. Leave me the fuck alone.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and
You
reflected
shut it,
poorly
alright?
on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Look at that painting.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Ooh, coffee maker. Ooh, it's coffee. Coffee. All hail the coffee maker. All hail the coffee maker. Alright. I could step out this door, you know. But you know, that's so much work. You know what I mean? Like, I could. Ooh. Ooh. Meow. Meow. Doopa. Okay, sorry.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
I could head through that door, but I could also head straight. Hmm.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Doop-a-doo, yabba-dabba-doo.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that
I
investing
think you
your
are.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Yeah?
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who is she?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Why
to
am I
reach
in
out to
here?
her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
No? What kind of interrogation shit is this? No, I'm not picking that phone up. Who knows? It might be fucking Hannibal Lecter on the other side of that line. I'm not picking that shit up. I'll let it ring. Yep. I don't know why. Like, who is swaying the fucking lamp? Yeah, no. Who's swaying the goddamn lamp? Yeah, sorry. Guess I'm gonna have to answer the phone, huh, chat? Let's answer the phone. It's just gonna keep ringing forever. What, did I just go to the afterlife? Like, did I just die? I just died because I decided to pick up.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm
Your
trying to
mother,
make a point
that's
here, Stanley.
okay,
I'm trying to get you
okay.
to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
It's a fucking mannequin.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Nah, I think I'm good. I think I pressed down, left, right, triangle.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
And yes, Stanley, I forgot the fentanyl that I injected into my veins that I left on the side of the street. Ah, yes, the drug dealer, he didn't do me nicely. Gave me extra Colombian cocaine.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job, first, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
The thought excited him terribly.
Listen. Alright.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Well, that did not go to plan. Please, what? Yep. Well, yeah. Literally just pulled the plug like literally pulled an LTG.
All of his co-workers
You
were
should
gone.
krill yourself.
What could it mean?
Now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, fine. I'll do what he says this time, but then I'll start to do the same thing again.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, I'll enter the door on the left. Bonk, bonk, bonk. No, tap, tap, tap. Anybody in there? Ooh, I see your favorite show pulled up. Is that my live stream pulled up there? Can't quite make it out, Anna. Like, yeah, nobody's in there. Yeah, no one's in there too. Damn. Ah, here we are.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take out passive aggressive. I was reading, alright? Don't do that. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the. Listen here, you son of a bitch. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Yes, I'm very unique. Number of slides. Charts and slides. Where's the seal allocation though? Can't make that. It's too blurry. We have increase in graphs per slide. What I love most about my boss is nothing. Okay, sorry. All right. Mitosis, yes. That's that. That's my talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day. With no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Yeah, I ain't gonna do them. Let's see. Hold on, chat. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. The future was yesterday and tomorrow is now. Yeah, very efficient. Let's see. Stand standardized graphs 40 times wide, not cost effective. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Yeah, sorry. Let's see. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are to synergize. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire paper guy, synergizer guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of blank. I'm not sure what that's talking about. I think they were probably talking about nuclear radiation, maybe. Who knows? Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Yeah. What's on this table? Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh. Hey, you red light? What's down here?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Can I get
he
my
might
card?
Be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
I have no
Why did
legs.
doors close automatically
No.
behind him wherever
Okay,
he
sorry.
went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself
Wait, where'd
sooner.
stars go?
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd
Thoughtception.
and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Hold on. Gotta get my
Stanley
coffee.
is as awake right now
Now
as
some
he's
good
ever
coffee.
been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
No, it's
After
a very
all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him
dirt
float to make the
flavor,
magical
you know,
stars
like,
just a moment ago? How else would the
you know,
voice
that
explain all that?
that
This
earthy
voice was
texture?
a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes
5 out of
gently,
10, you know?
and he invited
Five out of
himself
10.
to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Shut up. Hey, I'm back, Rose. Let's go.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Mysterio, are you so calm?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well then. This is funny. Oh yeah, okay. Do you think I should follow what the narrator says? I'm gonna make a poll in chat and I'll let y'all choose. Start poll. Should Alright, chat, we got a poll up. Y'all can vote on the poll, and depending on what you say is what we'll do. Okay, so far it's in the favor of yes. We listen to the narrator. Got one vote for yes. 2 votes for yes. Three votes for yes. Ooh, no. We gotta vote for no, though. Let me guess, Erica, you're the one who voted no? Alright. Okay, ending poll in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end poll. Okay, so at 66% yes, 33% no.
All
I like
of his
this game can have
coworkers were gone. What could it mean?
Not
Stanley
really.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Listen, chat, I'm queasy, alright? Like, y'all think I'm joking? I'm built different. I got that
When Stanley
A1
came
bison
to a
in
set
me.
of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
I got that A1 fox demon. Ooh, da, da, da. See? Ooh. Yeah. Okay, okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
No.
Feeling a wave of
Okay.
disbelief, Stanley
That's
decided to go
disappointing.
up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Bonk. Bonk. Okay, sorry.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Nah, I'm just gonna stand in the broom closet. Yeah, look at the mop. Like, look at
there
that.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Oh, we got a
broom.
To still be here. Oh my god, it's so divine.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
So,
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there.
Hold on, Chad. You know, you gotta like ham it up. So, you come here often? You know,
are you
and me, a broom
closet,
a human,
standing around
like
doing nothing? Why?
You know,
wanna go out for drinks?
You know,
I'm
like
genuinely confused.
We could talk. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I see you, you see me. You know.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Listen,
I never would have
shut
thought
up.
to mention it.
Listen, alright, shut up. I am busy. So, yeah. As I was saying before, you know.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
Oh, you want a bottle of water? Yeah. Anyway, let us continue talking. Anyway.
But Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Nah. But anyway, you know, before like he so rudely interrupted me and, you know, our conversation, you know, can I get your number? You know, I'll, you know, call you back later. You know, we'll go out for now in the town. We'll like grab a couple drinks. You know, we'll grab Arizona iced tea. No, and we'll just chat. You know, like, cause you're one reliable broom. You know, I've seen you around. I've seen you doing your thing. And back up, I saw the. I would have even seen the broom first. You weren't even here, you know. I've been talking with this broom for a hot minute, you know. Right. What's your number? Hold on. Alright, let me get your number. 719-778-89-818. Alright. Dora, I'll hit you up later. You know, like yeah, yeah. We'll get along.
Second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Can't open that door. Ooh, I have to click the door again. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, sorry, I can help it. Ooh. Yes. Money in the morning. Money in the evening. Money for breakfast. Money crisp. Yeah. Truly words to live by, you know? Why do I see my reflection? Like, am I a vampire? You know, like, secretly just a vampire? Ah. This is a good room right here. Mr. Krabs' ass coat. Alright, cool. We just entered the Omega virus at will. Wait, find the elevator? Oh, I found the elevator. Okay, chat. It's that time. Do 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 do. Cha cha do 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 do. Hey, hey. These you all together now? Okay. What? Yeah, sorry. Do 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 do. Going to commit murder again. Going to kill people. Can you tell I'm losing my sanity, by the way, Chad? Ooh, hitting that soul with the. Ooh, this music is good. Oh yeah, this is a vibe. Do, do, do. Yes, lol indeed. We're having fun. We're bringing our inner zen out. You know, like we're one with the universe, one with the elevator. I can feel the negative energy just flowing right out of me. Okay, sorry. Listen. The demons are coming out, alright? Listen. Sometimes you have to deal with particular things. Sometimes all things come out, you know? Sometimes, you know, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes, indeed. Sometimes SpongeBob SquarePants comes down, steals your J's, runs into the kelp forest. You have to chase his ass down, run him like, get back here with my J's, and then you catch up to him, you grab him to figure out it wasn't SpongeBob. It was secretly Patrick dressed as SpongeBob, but then it's not SpongeBob. It's actually Squidward inside Patrick, inside SpongeBob, and then like the and then when you finally catch him, you know, it turns out it wasn't Jay's, it was actually fake Jay's. And then he's like, you know, he turns on you and then like he chases you down. And then you're running from him, you're looking back, you can't see him, you trip over a log, you go tumbling down the hill. And then when you finally like reach a bottom of the hill, you look up and you see Mr. Krabs. You know, everybody has a dream like that once in their life, right? Good talk. Um, I'd say that's oddly specific, but that's sugarcoating it. True, you know, true. Sometimes you just need to coat it in sugar, just like blanch it in sugar. Yeah, completely normal, Chino. Totally normal. Like, who doesn't think about this? Like, chat, don't y'all think about this on the daily? Like, you know? Man, this elevator ride's taking ages. Like, where? How far is this place from here? Like, jeez. Okay. Um. so, 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 let me get this straight. You're telling me I was losing my mind in that fucking elevator, and it didn't even move an inch? I've been here the whole fucking time. Ah, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. It was all a lie. I thought for once I was gonna go somewhere. I was having so much fun in the elevator. But I didn't even move an inch. Yeah, sorry. Well, here we are again.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
2845. Right. So I think he said 1, 2, 3,
2845.
4. What's the game about anyway? Let's see. 2.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
2, 8, 4, 5. Well, he opened this door for me anyway, I guess. Ooh, it's a bucket. Bucket? Can I touch you, bucket? Okay, I can't touch the bucket. That's disappointing gameplay. I want to see a manager. Huh. You see, that looks pretty dangerous if you ask me, so I'm not gonna head that way. That looks pretty dangerous, you know, like, I'm just saying. Yep, we're just waiting. Yes, I'm just trying to piss off the narrator as much as possible because, like, there's just, like, secret things that can happen if you piss off the narrator. And this is messing with me
Descending
low-key.
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for
Good
years
question.
it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I could go there, but escape though. Which way do I go? Yeah, I'm booking it.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Okay, that's fine with me.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nah, I want to die.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright, later narrator man. Wee! Woohoo! Did I just die? Oh. I lived!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Yeah! Whoa! Kill me! Yeah! Whoa! Wait.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
You know what? That doesn't sound too bad. I wanna die. Okay, sorry. The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Probably nothing, honestly.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Ooh,
Do you
nature
see now?
paintings.
Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Ooh, mountain. Yes, Stanley's computer. Yes, very iconic, you know? Very well known, a very touch, tap, poke, poke, poke. Okay, sorry. So this is the officer. So this is where you start. You walk down here. You go through here. Come here. Go through there. And you come here. The two doors. Okay. Cool. Filing cabinets. Office computers. Ooh, solitaire. Can I play? No! Doo. Ooh, there's a door. Can I open the door? Let me in, please. Okay, never mind. It does not mean any of the doors. Button sounds. There's a selection of sounds used for the game when the buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. I'm making sick jams, okay? Give me a minute. Let me cook. Alright, chat. Let me cook. Give me a bit. Okay. The Office. Yeah, that's it. Just The Office. Ah, yes. Let's see. Credits. Written by David Warden and William Pugh. Developed by Crows. Art direction, Dominic Joanne. Art direction, Tom Shealy. Development lead, Jan Strotnam or Strotman. And the impeccable Kevin Brighting as the narrator. You have other names, you know. Okay. These bring back memories, don't they? Look. Maintenance room. Ooh, it's a filing cabinet. Can I touch it? Or a printer. Can you print? Can I like sit on the printer? Okay, no. It won't let me sit on the printer. Ooh, bicycle. Yes, this is very modern art, you know? Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was way far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Alright, cool. Let's see. The Ultra Deluxe announcement. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the games we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Those are some good images. From Mario, subject question brought forth by the intense passion of my soul. Am I Stanley? Are you From Quackster, question: will the game feature capybaras? Amazing question. Where's the capybaras? Because man, dear narrator, how do you stay in shape? The Rock Martin, Michael the Rock. Subject: gay. Are you gay? Yes, actually, very much so. Ding ding, we have a winner. Dear Nard, I appreciate your previous style in the game as a work of art and stand-alone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, which is why I'm. Okay, I can't read that fast enough. Good question. How to make JRPG? How to make worst game ever? What is difference between a duck? How's the game going? I hope it's good or better than the first one from a cool man. That's good. That's good. Ooh, there's a phone I can touch. Can I stick my finger in the sharpener? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, there's a phone. Three, two, 1, 0. We'll just say that as this. Where is... Ah. Why would you want to stick your finger in the sharpener? 'Cause I need to cut my nails, you know? Z ending levers. Levers were originally part of the player would pull the lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Ooh. Can I pull it? Can I touch it? Okay. Let me pull the levers. No. Trailers. We ran out of major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one released in May of 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing the new version of the Stanley Parable. Okay. Ooh. There's a whole art exhibit. This is cool. Ooh, what's that? I don't see what that is. Let's get over there. Hold on. What is this? This is very important. We must know what this is.
Co-workers. Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley stood on the roof. Stanley pushed the big red button. Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley jumped in the river.
Nah. That is definitely interesting. Here's some of the outtakes for that. Definitely very interesting. Freedom ending was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the alpha. Alright. Ooh. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Ooh. Let me press the button. I wanna blow shit up. Yes. Let me touch it. wanna push button. I wanna blow shit up. Okay. Let me commit mass destruction. It's not fair, Taylor. I wanna commit a. I wanna blow shit up. I want me blow shit up. Oh yes, here's the exit of the.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
I don't
No,
need nobody.
perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
Nah.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever
Nah.
you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Well, that one pretty well. I do say so. But I'll be right back. Give me a minute, chat. Yee. I am back. Sorry about the brief intermission there. Let's get back to how things
All of
were.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, nice. Yeah, sorry about the intermission there. If it was a bit you know, long, but yeah. Let's keep going. So we had through here. We'll do what the narrator says for the most part.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We can just walk through all of this.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
So I do what he wants and he puts on music. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Like, I swear, there's just no way to please this guy. Like, I do what he says, and like, he's, like he's all passive aggressive. Like, dude, just chill.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Man is unpleased. That's what I'm saying. Like, for real though.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
on. Ooh, more buttons to push. Ooh, yellow button, red button, blue button, purple button, red button. Ooh, more buttons. Yeah, y'all think I joke when I say like I have like ADHD, but this is the thing, like I'm pretty sure I do at this point. Like this is the most fun I've ever had, just pushing random buttons. Ooh, gotta crouch, hold on. Poke. Okay, I think I've poked every single button in this place. Do we shut it down? It would be the right thing to do. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, 1, 2, is number 3 up there? It should be up there. Let me see. No, I can't go up there to press a button. No. Aw, that's lame. Bleh. I'll go up there and press a button. Fine, I'll click number 5 then.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
You know, this is a tough decision. I could turn it off, or I could turn it back on. What do you think, chat? On or off? I'll leave it in chat's hands which one we do. Caleb just crying. Off? Question mark? That's one vote for off. Any other votes? On, off, on, off. Mind control is an illusion. Reality is an illusion. Okay.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's
This game has me
grasp?
questioning things.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go.
But to let go of Deborah and the kids in the divorce settlement, yeah.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Pretty nice place to go here, you know? Doesn't look too bad.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Am I just gonna get struck down by lightning
and
or something?
Stanley was happy.
Hey, trophy earned, beat the game. Because I finally get your first trophy. Hey, you got 2 trophies.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
Fall asleep
Centuries?
soon, madam.
Did
Sleepy.
something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be
Go
more
get some sleep,
careful with time
Caleb.
from now on.
420.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There has to be a door that I can open. This is 412.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Yeah, pretty much. You know the drill by now, buddy. Wait, Jeff is the father, yeah. Yep, that's been the case for like a few months now, but...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yep.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Detonation system?
This machine is activated without proper DNA identification. Nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
Yo, this music is a vibe, though.
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
I'm just gonna stay right here, honestly.
What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
I ain't doing shit. I got my feet kicked up. I'm ready to die. Like, come on, buddy. Bring it.
It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Are you done yapping,
Take a
buddy?
look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
Yeah, big
No
boom,
ending.
baby.
Just you being blown
Wow.
to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Trying to save yourself in this game would have been a nightmare. I mean, I wasn't gonna try to do nothing. I didn't care. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm just vibing. Ooh. Phone. Can I answer the phone? I hear a phone. Where's that down? Ooh.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work.
Okay.
The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages.
Alright.
If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere.
No, I'll keep
Thank
listening.
you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. That was interesting. Ooh, new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Ah. Such a calming roller coaster ride. As you
Hello,
ride.
and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
This game is
As you
great
may
though.
know,
It's the
Stanley
greatest.
Parable was
Yeah.
a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yes, because you can
After
release it on a
receiving critical
phone.
and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Okay.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await
New
in the
content.
Stanley Parable
Take me
Ultra
home.
Deluxe.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yes.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
You know it.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm excited for the new content. Let's go. Hey Shadow, welcome to the stream.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Let's go.
All right, let's see. It's the
I could jump in a circle. I can jump. Okay, sorry. No. I won't let me jump anymore. No. Okay, well. Yeah, well, that was fun.
Is that it? Surely that's not all
That's
the
it?
new
Yeah.
content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just
that was weird,
elevators
actually.
and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yep.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Wait,
Yes.
there's
I knew
more.
there had to be something
Yeah,
else.
hold on.
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it
Ooh,
is.
it's a bridge. Thank you for
That's
enjoying
it?
the new
Oh,
content.
you've
Let's
got to
go.
be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this?
Good
I'm
question.
infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still
It's
with
on
me,
DMT.
why don't we just
pretty much.
reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Mm, I guess he just sent me back to where I need to go. Ooh. What's the name of this game again? The narrator, or what's the name of the narrator? I forgot his name. Ooh, a vent.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Ooh, there's a vent. There's a screwdriver. Look at it. Okay, sorry. Couldn't help it. He's starting to sound like Madara, is why I asked. I don't think it's the same voice actor from Madara. Ooh.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
A trip down memory lane. Yes, a single dollar bill. Why are we in Mr. Krabs, like, why are we in Mr. Krabs' office, like, the hell? Ooh, Stanley Parable demonstration. Can I play Stanley Parable within the Stanley Parable? Nah. Yes. This is very important, by the way. Alright, cool. It is impossible to get this achievement. Don't play for 5 years. Hmm.
And over here is where I keep
why.
reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Well, unfortunately, that's under maintenance, so we can't go that way. Yeah.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
I see. Very riveting, very interesting, like Alrighty then.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
Ooh, the door's open.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of games, but the game is already such a densely layered web sites that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
It's personal now. Pressurized gas, really, yep.
Okay, let's see what this one says. Game is good. For someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. I'm not preachy, am I? And tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Nah,
I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Yeah, it probably wasn't that good. And just gonna keep it like $1.50 with you. Yeah, it probably wasn't all that good, honestly.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the
quite a
logic of
riveting
elimination
conversation.
working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until
yesterday?
Forward and back,
For real?
and never a moment before lunchtime. Can't be. It's the only thing there is.
But, take your time with it,
until
CT,
so
it's
much
fine.
more
Don't
than
worry too
forever
much
ago,
about it.
which is why
Yeah.
I say
That's all good.
the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this. And what... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Wait, for real?
You've just been frozen
shit.
there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. Oh, Stanley. You're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
A week?
2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Yep.
Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Well, I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever
it's been a
sat down
year.
in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
There is only
There is
regret.
only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life.
Yeah.
All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity.
Yo, Mr. Narrator, you there? Hello? um, I think the narrator's dead. We killed him. Let's go. Okay, 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 okay. Hey,
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen.
Hey, oh my god, you still there? You still losing your mind? I think it's been 100 years by now. He's probably dead.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
he lost it.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end,
I think he
is never the end, is never the end.
I think we broke him. Whoa. Oh. Sheesh. Whoa. There's light. Oh, I can feel the light on my skin. I can feel my melanin activating again. It's been so long. Yeah, alright. Ooh. Nature. Ooh. It's ferns. Ferns are actually really cool, actually. No, the plants are gone. Ah, shit. Hey, if there's no plants now. I like the plants. Oh. Yeah, pretty much. Whoa. Ah. Yes. I made anarchy. Okay, sorry. Can I press button again? No, let me press button. Let me press button again. Whoa. Okay. Well, this has been a very interesting ending. For sure. Well, y'all give Hunter so much power? Yes. Me if I had power. That's millions of years into the future. Yeah, everybody's kind of dead, so it's just, you know, me and all that, you know. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, give me a moment. I have something to do, so I'm gonna step out for a little bit. I'll be right back. Yes, I hope y'all are having as good of a time as I am, because I'm having a really good time. Wait, I'm gonna sub out for like 4 minutes. I'll be right back. So yes, why don't y'all leave your best narrator impression in the chat, and I will rate who sends the message that I can see the narrator saying, and I'll give you a cookie. Okay. All right. Cool. I'll airship it to you. It may take like 2 years, but you'll get it. Okay. All right. Cool. narrator. This is how it ends my life as a narrator, forced to be skipped during my long dialogues of me rambling and explaining the game to you. Yep, pretty much. Yes. Yeah, hi, I'll try to have that cookie tea in 3 to 4 business years. Don't worry. Oof. Well, that's not too long of a time to wait. Like, it'll be fine. You know, like, chill. Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Yeah, what do you have to show me? This is the story of a stream. You know what, chat? Unironically, like, if, you know, I ever get well known, like, I would want to hire this narrator to, like, actually narrate, you know, the story. Like, genuinely speaking, just for the memes.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new
You never
content
know, he
for it
might
should
be.
live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my gosh, Stanley Parable 2?
Yes, you see, isn't this far
Oh my
superior
God,
to a
yeah.
measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Ah, I see. Stanley Parable 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Meeting plan, go, scrum. 10, design pitch. 10, 11:30, break. 11:35, design pitch. 12:02, number 2. Ears? I can have eyes? I can have ears, nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs? Oh my goodness, I'm so surprised. Who took the red marker? Me. Alright, sorry. In the end is never the end again. The Stanley Parable too. Yes, because like you're actually supposed to have like 3 arms, 4 legs, and like 5 eyes. 13 nostrils, you know, like, ooh, this way. Ah. Ooh, it's the new content. But I can't go that way. That's unfortunate. We have to go around here and then up the stairs. Ooh, the Stanley Parable 2.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
No.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
No.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping
Jim.
and waking as Jim.
Jim.
Falling in love
How do you
and being
think Jim feels about his
heartbroken
gym
as
choice?
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Never.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose
Jim.
all sense of
Jim.
who you actually
Jim.
are.
Jim.
Yeah, make him so uncomfortable that he has to get rid of the button.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
And no screenshots. Ooh, there's a door here though.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
I hit a
You see,
reassurance
Stanley,
bucket.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Bucket,
As long as
bucket,
you hold
give
onto the
me,
bucket,
give me the
many
bucket.
disorienting contradictions
me,
of the Stanley
give
Parable
me.
will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Shut up and
to
let
be
me get the
honest,
bucket.
it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Finally. I love this
Can
bucket.
you feel it? The glow of comfort,
Yeah,
even
the
in the
bucket.
face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more
look at my
attractive as a
strap.
person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Oh,
All
yeah.
this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm gonna keep the bucket with me. Yes. I need my emotional support bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
The exit is closed, eh? Ooh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yep.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Damn it, let me jump. No. Yeah. That's unfortunate. You do free trophy. Get yours. Pull lever. You receive trophy. No more steps. It works. It just works. Alright, cool.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
You lied to me. You lied to me. I was promised a free trophy, you son of a bitch. I was lied to. I was promised a free trophy and I got nothing. Nothing, I tell you. Screw the Stanley Parable. Screw the narrator. He tricked me. He's a dirty scam
What
artist.
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
This is a tough decision.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Nice. Alright, cool. Cool.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Screw your narrator and your betrayal. I will make this sweet one wet with your blood. I will have a cupcake as I sit on your decomposing corpse.
Stanley, here's an idea
There's
that I'm
a
truly
hole?
fond of. It's never been done before in a
Yes.
video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Ooh. Whee!
You see, it's wonderful. One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top,
Nah, I'm
and
good.
we can continue onward.
I'm good.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it
Nah.
on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Nah, I enjoy falling down this hole.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
So it wasn't
You
infinite.
found
You
out,
lied to me.
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
I do.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
No, you're the problem, buddy.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that
No.
works for you,
No.
then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I like being in a hole. Hole. Love being in a hole. To put in my bucket. My bucket. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sorry. I could return to the surface, but you know, like, it's so far away. I could just stay in a hole and just use. Wee. I mean, I'm just playing too much. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Wee.
Great. Now, I'm very excited.
Woo!
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Oh yeah, it isn't working.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't
Later.
bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
I
It's a
get
win
time
for
with the
everyone.
hole.
You get to be with the
So
hole. I get to
emotional.
do literally anything else.
I get to spend time with my
Take care,
hole.
Stanley.
Ah.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Yes, we will actually. Well, hole is just you, me, and Bucket. So, you know, I met Bucket like back like in a while ago, like, and the Bucket is pretty nice. It gives me comfort. Even in the depths of Tartarus, get the most comfort from Bucket. Ah. Yes, the hole is going down. Goodbye, world. I'm going to an infinite universe. In a hole. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna keep my eyes open, gang. Looks like I'm falling out. See y'all. Yeah, see you. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Appreciate it. Hey. Ooh. Hey, I got a trophy. You can jump. Okay. Ooh, this place looks great actually. Ooh. Hey yo, I'm hitting that shit, okay?
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into...
I was having fun when you wake
That's
me
it.
up.
Because this hole
You
is just
bastard.
so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Jack, can you believe it? This bastard woke me up. I was having fun. Like I was going through reality. I was switching through show. I was vibing. Like
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So dude's just ruining everything, like I tell you. Yeah, went into the screenshots section, went into the gym button, went into, I don't think I went to collectibles, but yeah. Collectibles to the right, which was like this. In that, so that was a collectible, that was the infinite hole. I'm gonna go back to the hole, like that was actually like, kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie. No! I wanted to go back to the hole, it's not fair. Why is the hole closed off to me? I want to go back to the hole. I swear it's not fair, chat. It's not fair. This is new? Ooh, I'm gonna go in there. What's in there? Is there a hole? Please say there's a hole in here. Epilogue. No, okay, so that's it. Okay. Let's see. Where do we even go from here? I guess. Is the gym button back so I can go spam it and all that? No, the gym button is still on. The Jimbo button. So there's nothing here, so then where am I supposed to go actually? Now that I think about it. Like, am I supposed to go somewhere further away? Mostly infinite hole. Back in here again, maybe?
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Okay, where do I even really go from here, though? Like, I can't leave the room, so... What is there even left for me to explore at this point? There's nothing. There's nothing left for me to explore or even do, so... I don't know. Guess we'll just... walk around with our bucket.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
You can claim it. Ooh, I got a collectible 106. Collect them all and you can find. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you? Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I think you doubt my capabilities, buddy. I'm a platinum
All
trophy
right.
hunter.
Have you seen
So who do you
everything you
think I
wanted
am?
to? Ready to move on now?
Nope. I'm good. Ah. Me.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean,
beautiful.
there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sneezed. Okay, so now we're loading back into the Stanley Parable. Begin the game. We're in the Stanley Parable 2, officially speaking.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Skip is narration.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can I pop the balloons? I wanna pop the balloons. Don't let me pop the balloons. That's so lame.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes. Want to enter room 420.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Yes, it's a truly magical bucket. What can I say?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think I want to enter the door on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Ah, yes.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Ah.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket
Why is there?
that they've
I
never
don't
seen
know.
before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
I love the bucket.
Don't you want
Leave me
another
alone.
story involving the Adventure Line? We
No.
could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna hide in here with the bucket. Okay. Close the door. Ah. No, it's just me and you, bucket. Ah. Good times, good times. Can hear the crackling of fire and everything. Cozy. Ah. Let's get warm together, bucket. Yeah. Oh yeah. Leave for a second there. Alright, cool.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes, I'm on a journey for snackies.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What do you mean I'm gonna have to give something up? I'm not giving you anything, buddy. I refuse to give you anything.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
I'm
That's
not-
why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Nah, I'm good.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Nope. I refuse to put my thing into the machine.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
The bucket destroyer just floating in space.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
But yeah, good night, Jeff. Nice to see you, by the way. Yeah, in the end, I held it down on my bucket until I died.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Yee.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Ah.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
I mean,
he held the bucket
it is
close,
what it is.
yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Where's the bucket?
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground.
That is what it is, Jeff.
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old
Where's my
friend.
bucket?
It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
If you say so.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
I mean, if you don't want me to talk about it, I just won't bother to address anything. So, it's up to you, honestly. I sent you a message because I felt bad about what happened. But, I'll leave it at that.
She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed
Yeah,
dead
she's
on
holding the
sidewalk.
bucket this time.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped all the way to work? What? You expect me to believe she can backflip enough times and backflip up a staircase? Okay, alright. I mean, I ain't gonna knock it. I would ride a cupcake all the way to work.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yep, let's head down the elevator. So this time we have to, I'll try the normal ending with the bucket this time.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Ah, yes, the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
baguette.
Mind Control Facility.
Me and my baguette.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
And then Hanna backflipped all the way to the dessert tea. Honestly, I would do that.
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
The bucket almost burst into tears. It's okay, bucket.
Everything would be fine.
Everything will be okay. I promise.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had
Good
the
question.
bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
And we need to get to the bottom of this bucket.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Exactly.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through
So,
this
Bucket,
massive
what do you want to
door.
do after we get out of here?
The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket.
Exactly.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
I wonder what's loading. Is it reloading me to like the initial area?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was
Go
where
to
he'd
the
find
phone room?
answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I have no choice but to go to the boss's office. I haven't opened the door. Damn.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
The funny thing is I just guessed there was one in there by chance, is the funny thing. Where's the elevator though? I need a little elevator break, you know? Need a bit of extra music. We need a bit of an intermission, a bit of, you know, zen. We need to relax. Okay. Okay. Needed a bit of time to, you know, decompress and everything. And all that, you know.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
I think I wanna restart this one. At least this particular one, because I've already done this ending before. So I'm very curious about one thing, I guess. No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling
Don't take the bucket next time.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I've never done this part with the bucket actually, so I just want to do it just once, see what the ending will be, if that makes sense.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to
him.
Oh,
there's a collectible
It should have alarmed him, of course,
there.
because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Keep mind can hop off that lift. Oh. Can it go backwards? No, it can't. Damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna commit seppuku.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I mean, hey, at least I had my best friend by my side when I went. I didn't go alone. I brought the bucket with me. Hopefully, you know, they gave me in the bucket As movie can land on that walkway? Yeah, okay.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there must be a
E36.
snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes. I think I like
Stanlerines.
that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
That is a terrible name. Like, I could come up with a better name than that. Yes, a glubtupus weapon. Boom. Genius. Ooh, let me search for him first before I do anything. Is there any glubtupus weapons in this room? Nah, doesn't look like it, honestly. Ooh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Take number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing.
Mr. Denmark?
Real
Yeah.
anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
Ah.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
It does
There's
make
no
sense.
explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This
Oh,
is
you
my golden
naughty,
ticket.
naughty bucket.
But I have to be
Okay, sorry,
careful,
can't help it.
because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Seems pretty normal to me. I don't think anything bad happened. He's probably just fine. Just taking a nap. And out with the bucket. We got a bucket prostitution before GTA 6. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I won't criticize the bucket for what she gotta do, you know? She got bills to
All of
pay,
his
she got
coworkers
shit to
were
do,
gone.
you know what I
What could
mean?
it
So,
mean? Stanley
I
decided
mean,
to go
I
to
got
the meeting
respect
room.
for that
Perhaps
bucket.
he had simply missed a Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Doop-doo, danger everywhere. Yeah? Ooh, there's a cool room here. Can't open that.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay, where the hell are you taking me, huh, Mr. Narrator Man? And take me to a cornfield to try to do unspeakable things.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test
I get to be a stripper.
and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
I'm gonna try to make him as crazy as possible.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that turns the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
So it looks like a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yes, it is indeed a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Exactly.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes, you are.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No! No!
Okay,
Listen,
here we go.
listen. No, no. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Interesting, yes. Everything is a bucket. I'm a bucket. You're a bucket. Chat's a bucket. We're all buckets, like... But, oh yeah, chat. I haven't gotten to introduce, Lloyd here. They're a new chatter, by the way. So, do make them feel like they're a part of the community.
Yes,
you
that's
know?
where everyone would be.
I
Stanley
think they
just needed to
subbed,
get to the meeting
yesterday.
room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
But
first,
yeah.
just to admire
Lloyd,
it.
you are an official
The
Gwemlin
lounge was
now.
grand,
That's the name
majestic.
of the community. Everybody here is
Perhaps, but
Gwemlins.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
No,
Are
I
you
don't.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on yours. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figly.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen
Yes,
go
welcome
up
to
by
the
one?
chaos.
Let me
You've
sit on
probably
it.
never
I'm
seen
sure it
somebody
will
as
come to
chaotic
me.
as me until today, but yeah, I'm a chaotic person. What can
Now
I
listen
say?
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
The red door, right? I'm gonna go through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
The blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right,
The blue door.
fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Whoa.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me, you've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Out of 3.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
What the hell did I walk back and on?
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Oh, to spite
because
you.
If it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, we about to play some Fortnite and crack 90s? Ooh.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Ooh,
What's
it's
our
a fire
backstory?
lookout.
What is our
Ooh,
motivation?
This should be fun.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh yes, it's a venture outward and look around. Look at this. Look at the view. It's so nice up here. Amazing. We have propane and everything. We have propane and propane accessories.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Look at this. Such
It
nice
is.
nature.
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, Thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
A
Wonderful.
rocket league?
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Yeah, where's the ball and everything? I'm gonna go score a goal.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Nope, it's rocket
we shall run the
league.
bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh yeah, this is so fun. Yeah, do like a flip reset and everything.
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Hey, I scored a goal. Let's go.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
More balls? Yes. Hee hee hee. Yes. A little more.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Very much, actually.
Is this a real video game?
Oh, yes,
I
it
sure
is.
hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
I was having
Without
fun. You're
rules
no
or
fun.
boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Oh, he's gone? Alright, cool. Ah. This is nice. Whee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Whoa.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
It's just me now. It's finally quiet. Ah. Ooh. Where do I go from here? Whoa, this place is cool. Like, don't you just like abandoned buildings, child? Like, don't you just like the idea of something could be watching you from around a corner, eerily staring at you, waiting for you to make the slightest mistake to hop out and scare the ever-living shit out of you? But I hope Shadow's okay though. Like, genuinely speaking. I know that experience all too well, so. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
Nah, I don't
Someone
need you.
who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world.
I don't think the world needs you, but...
Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends,
Mr.
after
Now
it
We
all comes to
Tour.
a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Boom, ba-doo, boom, boom, boom. Mm, 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 mm.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Okay, I want to do that ending again, but like...
Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I have an idea, like, I want to like do a
And
thing
here
where
it
like I
was,
do the thing
the
wrong
lounge.
twice and then I do it right.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, you can take the red door.
Look, Stanley, I think
Oh,
perhaps
right.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
No, let me see what his solution, quote unquote, is.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Whoa, this does look pretty cool, not gonna lie. Whoa. That's trippy. And then there's a bunch of like fireworks down there. Ah. Whoa. Pretty lights. They're really pretty. Ah, this is my favorite room in Stanley Parable.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Here I am witnessing Hanna messing with the narrator for how many times? Yeah.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Yeah. I'll be
Please,
fine.
no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Ooh. That. 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 Ooh. Ee. Whoop. Shoop. Noop. Ah!
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Wee.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Ow. It hurts.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Nope. You thought I was gonna go back? Think again. Going back up these stairs again.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
I hate these kind of play with my feelings, but listen, it's nothing personal, my guy. It's just business, alright? Yeah. Yeah. Whoop. Wee, wee, wee. Ah.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
He's literally killed you before for not listening to me. Yep. He has killed me before for that, so. Ah. Yeah, I'm going back up the stairs again. Yeah. My legs are broken, but I can make it back up. I'll crawl back up the stairs. Yeah. We're going back. Yeah, but you're right, actually. He's killed me before without a second thought. So you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, you don't get no damn happiness. Fuck you.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm going back.
Yep, we're both going back. You get to stay in this hell with me. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, damn it. Yeah, pull a full reverse Uno.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The red door is in here, unfortunately, so...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wonder and go to the phone room? Where's this phone room? Oh, you can unplug it. Oh, okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone?
Yep.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Instructional video?
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice. Okay. What are we practicing?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to...
Damn. So I can't go anywhere else. Everything has just been blocked off. Brother.
Just there, you'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Will the extra door pop up?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Damn, they've really locked me into the story, haven't they? Damn, they've locked all the doors. I can't even go in, like, the elevator. I can't even go to the elevator.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I can't say anything.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Nah, I'm gonna stay here. I'm curious of what's over here. Well, I can go this way. Why is he why he have to be mad? Yeah, I don't know. Why he have to be so mad?
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Yo, dude, chill.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
You destroyed it, so.
In the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
You walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay.
Sag.
Yeah, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. That was interesting. Well, I guess that's another ending that I can do. Alright, that was cool. Well, I think I've gotten most of the endings. Now, is there any... I wonder if there's any other endings I can do. Or any endings, rather, that I've missed so far.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it
There's
was.
definitely
He hoped
some
very
others.
much that it was.
Okay. I never went up to the top of the lift with the bucket in hand, really, so yeah. Oh, right then left. Do I pick up the bucket or do I not take the bucket for moral support? I went right then left with the bucket, but I don't think I did without the bucket. No bucket. Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
After...
But eager to get back to
go
business,
down the elevator?
Stanley took the
Okay.
first open door on his left.
Sure.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
You're being a dick, aren't you? He's gonna close it.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Okay, so that happened. Is there anything I'm supposed to do after this one? Because yeah, he's restarted. He restarted me from the beginning, so do I want to like do it again? Will I give like the same thing or like a different reaction if I were to do it again, you know? These are all questions that I must know. Okay, give me a minute, alright, I'll be right back. Alright, cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Never
Stanley
changed.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
Oh, check comments, Hannah.
Stanley, did you
Or you
change
can
anything when we were
jump
back
out
in
the
that room
window
with
at
all
the desk.
monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or...
At desk
Why am I
434.
asking you?
Okay.
I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
I didn't
Okay,
know
then.
that actually.
It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh shoot, so it leads background to this way. Ooh, okay. So
I'll say
kinda...
it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again.
I think I'll try to
It's gotta
jump
be
out the
better than
window.
this. Okay,
At
let's give it a
desk.
shot. Why not?
At desk 434. You need a few resets to clear this up though. 434.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
No, we didn't miss anything really.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
You have to jump on the desk of 3 or 434, by the way, use the chair. Alright. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Now this...
Whoa.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
No. New keeps restarting.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
How am I supposed to climb on the desk here? Huh. 434. What will happen if I went the wrong way?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Alright, sure, I'll follow the line this once.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Is that a PD2 reference right there? That's like the mask from PD, now that I think about it. Interesting. Oh shit, it is. Yeah. I thought it was.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
What fern?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Studying. Studying. Okay, I'm bored. Me forgets about the fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Well, hey, the line betrayed you, so not my problem. Can I hop up on the table yet, please? Can I jump out the window?
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
I feel like we've made
Now,
up
yes,
quite a bit
this
now.
is exciting.
Alright,
Just
that's
me and
good.
Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
This room is a square,
Whatever it might
isn't
be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
This room's a square. So it makes no sense. We're just gonna keep walking in a circle. Window might not work until the whole thing gets cleared up. Alright, cool. What am I supposed to do here? Like, I don't get it. Oh, shit.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget?
Bro, I shouldn't.
My mind goes blank
How
simply
about
because it's
throw
written
myself
here
at
on
him?
this thing, wall. Well,
Alright.
who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Well, I have to say it's interesting. I'm not gonna comment much. But I couldn't tell you, Shadow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, I can get up on the desk now.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be.
I mean, it's
not
your
knowing
husband,
what happens when you
I
pick the other
don't
option.
know what you want
Indeed,
me to tell you.
You are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Whoa. Oh, that's the window right there. Oh. That's cool. Well, I can't select either of the option. I can't select yes or no, so. Is there any way I can really go in this room? Doesn't look like it. I think I have to manually restart from options. Begin the game again. Okay. Sure. So I can do that again, but this time I'll like say yes. I won't say no. I'll try it with the bucket. Okay. I'll try with the bucket.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Oh, where's... Oh, there's a bucket. Alright.
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein. Of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity,
yes,
and
the
abandoned
gremlins
as
have
soon as the warm glow of
in this
inspiration
area,
begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
What type of Lord of the Rings type shit is this?
Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power.
I didn't want it to end this way.
You demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Damn. I just mourned the bucket. I mean, if you feel that way, just talk to Jeff. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Just talk to him. Yeah, I agree with that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Good night.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day.
Man's got a guitar and everything, yeah.
But his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable.
Might also just be overthinking.
And lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. you too will become quite unbearable.
Okay, well, that's good. Grab those. Okay, I think I can talk now, right? Like, okay, chat. How do I? I just want to be very frank and just, very upfront as a creator most of the time. Like, how do I put this? I've tried to offer advice when it comes to certain things because I like to try to help in some scenarios, but like, at the end of the day, I'm not a therapist. So, I'm not good with people coming to ask me constant questions of how to fix things and not being willing to like think through it and try, at least try. It's like, oh my goodness. And I try not to make, issue with anyone, but like, yeah, I'm not a therapist. I'm a content creator. I do not have a degree in psychotherapy, So it it just gets very overwhelming, and I try not to be like mean about it or like, a jerk about it, but at the same time, like, at a certain point, like, it does kind of just like I just, I'll just be like, yeah, and yeah, it is what it is, I guess. But okay, I think that's about every ending though, so far. When someone coming in here and asking for medical advice, I may be empathetic towards someone with an illness, but I have absolutely no qualification to treat anyone's illness. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not a relationship therapist, Like, I help people who I see as friends out as best I can, and that's the most I can do.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to
Yeah,
himself.
just here to watch a bucket on an adventure, exactly.
Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Take the bucket to the escape.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What the? There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Who are you? 666 LOL. Look like he's a 427. Haha. 5. There be just take it for me. Gotta collect them all. Mission status: inside of the sequel exit. A large room with lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. So I'm missing 2 stairs, something to do with stairs. Stairs and near a fireplace. That's a very vague.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
So
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Okay, let's head back up now. You said to do everything but make a left before the mind control room. Alright, bet. Wait, where's my... I have a little paper. Oh, okay, there it is. Cause I have a little paper with like the door code that I need, so which is
Stepping into his
2845.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, let's do the thing that Erica said before, with the bucket. Yeah, Lloyd, I hope you're enjoying the bucket adventures. I've had like so much fun playing this game. It's just been wacky and goofy. I feel like this is the most fun I've had in a while, you know, so I do hope that, you know, it is very clear that I'm having fun.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for
I'm
each
mere
of them.
contemplating this game. Hey, you don't need to contemplate it, it just exists. Wee.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
and the bucket's life.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Really? The bucket. Hold on. Welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and rich and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge that we have. Will you take what you learn here and out into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of the exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? Okay, cool.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can
25
you see
buckets.
that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. What? Okay. A bucket with two handles. This is a bucket depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous. It's recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring, it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of all of it, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Oh my goodness. Okay. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. Stress bucket analogy: negative forecasting, worrying, negative thinking, lack of reassurance, vulnerability, size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equal holes. Stress equal water level in the bucket. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Alright. Oh my goodness, it even dates back to the primal days. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovering the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. It's a damn bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Yes, kneel before the bucket. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance is inevitably is for our own good. Give me the bucket. Yes. The bucket is mine.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Alright. She's crazy, I'm just saying, but yeah. Alright, so we got the bucket ending for that one. I think there's one I have to do where I have to like take the bucket up the lift and go in that room, maybe? Where like he's like, oh yeah, you have a wife and a family. But I can't remember how to get to the one with the fireplace, because there's something you can do with like a fireplace. And from what I understand, there's a collectible at the fireplace. So... Yes. Very intuitive there, Erica. Very alluring. Very enchanting, even. But yeah, I think I might be ending stream here soon, because some of you, one, maybe 2 more endings maximum, and yeah, I think I may end the stream. But it's been really fun playing Stanley Parable on stream. You know, I hope you all have enjoyed watching the crack. It's been really fun to play, honestly. Okay, you can end soon. Yee. Awesome. Yeah, thank you all so much for liking tonight's stream. And yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate all the love and support, and you know, we even got a new person who joined the community, so I'm always happy to have new people. Not bad. Okay. Thanks, Lloyd. I appreciate it. I hope I'll see you a few more times. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If I'm not live, I usually try to put out a community post to just update everyone on why I'm not going live that day. Because sometimes like I have internet issues and all these different things, so I can't really stream during those types of issues. So yeah, I think maybe there's a few like small endings. I may try to do them off stream if anything. Because like I feel like I've done most of the major ones on stream, you know. Yeah, this ride has been awesome. So, it's like 1 a.m. I should probably end the stream. I've been live for like 4 hours now. Well, as you know, all good things must come to an end, and sadly, so must tonight's live stream. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you had fun. You know, thank you all so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it. And without further ado, are you ready for the end of tonight's live stream? Because I know I am, and I hope you are as well. Yes, I know it's only been 4 hours, but to be fair, it's pretty late. I'm ready? Okay. Well, without further ado, we hope you enjoyed your stay. It's good to have you with us, even if it's just for the day. sun is shining, seems heaven ain't far away. It's good to have you with us, even if it's just for the day. Well, thank you all once again. Enjoy the rest of your night and or day wherever you are. Enjoy your weekend. I'm probably gonna try to watch some anime this weekend. Hopefully I can watch a series and or a Ghibli film, or maybe more than one Ghibli film. And yeah, stay safe. Until next time, I will see you in the next live stream. Okay, good night everyone. Good night Erica, Lloyd, Shadow, and anyone else watching now and or after the fact. Have a great night or day.